No, we don't want to start here. We want on.
Has it started?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can we settle on our chairs because it's time we started? Please take your seat and don't, we have some reserved tables. Those ones will be used by some guests that are still coming. So kindly settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, hello, we are nearly starting, so if you are not manning the booth, kindly get into the room. If you are not manning the booths, kindly get into the room and take a seat. If you are not manning the booths, kindly get in and take a seat. John, hello. Kindly get back to the rooms. Kindly get back to the rooms. We'll have a time for the exhibitions again.
The planet's climate is changing. This is undeniable. Climate change presents a critical challenge for global food security. The men and women who produce our food, farmers, herders, and fishers, are hit the hardest by the consequences of climate change. Farming communities need to build their resilience and ability to adapt to changing climate in a way that
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly let us get inside the hall. If you are not registering, you are not on the registration table, let's get inside the hall. We want to start. Please get inside the hall. We want to start. Guys, get inside the hall. We want to start. John, make sure people are seated. We want to start. Laura.
people working in Indigenous, agriculture, heritage, food security, and land use, heating this way, they can adapt their practices and plan together the best way to apply the smart agriculture. Combine financing options in a new way. We need to bring together financing sources that target agriculture and climate change. The planet's climate is changing. This is undeniable. Climate change presents a critical challenge for global food security. The men and women who produce our food, farmers, herders, and fishers, are hit the hardest by the consequences of climate change. Farming communities need to build their resilience and ability to adapt to changing climate in a way that they can feed a growing population without further depleting our precious reserves of soil and water. This is why we need climate-smart agriculture. Climate-smart agriculture is not a new technique. It is an approach to identify production systems that can best respond to the impacts of climate change and to adjust these systems to suit local environmental conditions.
La launch.
This approach can help transform agricultural systems to support sustainable development and food security in a changing climate. It's about increasing sustainable production and incomes, adapting and building resilience to the impacts of climate change, and where possible, reducing greenhouse gases. The planet's climate is changing. This is undeniable. Climate change presents a critical challenge for global food security. The men and women who produce our food, farmers, herders, and fishers,
Gracias.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we want to start our meeting today, slightly delayed because we had to see what was happening outside, seeing what our stakeholders are doing on the ground through the exhibitions. But at this moment, we want to get into the rooms. If we have any people outside, you feel you're supposed to be part of this, kindly get in and take a seat, because we don't want at the time we are already settled and we are seeing people moving around. So thank you so much.
The planet's climate is changing. This is undeniable. Climate change presents a critical...
Enough for the videos. So if you've not been able to watch the videos, we'll send them to you. I just want to say that we're starting with a word of prayer, and Lydia agreed to do the opening prayer. So Lydia, karibu sana, please give us some opening prayer moments.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lydia Kimani. We'd like to welcome you today. Let us believe and pray. Sovereign Lord, we are before you this morning. We want to thank you that we have come together to celebrate the momentous occasion of the unveiling of the strategic plan. We want to thank you for the energy that has gone, the investment in terms of resources and even intellect to develop a tool that will deliver climate action for the agriculture sector. As we enjoy this moment together, be with us, and going forward, may you grant us good success in its implementation at all levels. In Jesus' name we pray and trust. Amen.
Thank you, Lydia. We still have some few Christians in Kenya, isn't it? Who can, there are many. Okay, I'm told that the majority. I just want to tell you that to keep tweeting this activity, our main hashtag is Together for CSA in Kenya. Please keep tweeting. We have other hashtags: Climate Smart Agriculture, hashtag Zero Hunger, hashtag Climate Action, and I'm told that you need to tag at Kenya Csa-Msp and at Kilimo KE, and you'll find the link to the Csa-Msp strategic plan launch at Safari Park Hotel on Thika Road. So please make sure as you listen in, those who are also online also are able to listen in, help them keep tweeting, because the hashtags could have kept changing. So at this moment, we want to go into introductions. And I think we are many, so we cannot have each of you tell us their names. So we are going to do introductions according to categories. I want to call upon my co-moderator, John, to handle that session. Karibuni sana.
Thank you, Nancy. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Habari za asubuhi, for those who know Swahili. Yes, thank you. And for the sake of getting to know who is in the room, I will go as per categories and request, if you fall in that category, we just humbly request you to stand up, and then we see you, recognize you, and then have to sit down. May I start with the national government, and specifically the Ministry of Agriculture and other state ministries of the Republic of Kenya. If you are from that category and you are delegate here, please kindly stand up. We recognize you. The national government. Yes, we can applaud them, please. Thank you very much. And we see that it is both ladies and gentlemen. So the gender rule has been adhered to, and we appreciate that. Now, let's go to the county governments. For the county governments, may I request the CECs to stand, and any other categories that are there from the counties, please. County governments that are here. We appreciate you, delegates from the counties. Asante sana. You can take your seats, please. And then we go to development partners. And for those, we mean international and even national development partners that are there in this event. Would you please stand up? We recognize you. Thank you, Andre, and the rest. We appreciate you. You can take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. And then we go to research and academia. Very much, we appreciate you. You can have your seats. Then we go to the civil society organizations. Are you here? Civil society organizations, please stand up, we recognize you. Yes, thank you, please applaud them. Appreciate. You can take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Then we go to farmers and farmer cooperatives, farmer organizations from different areas, regions of Kenya. Where are you, please? I saw a wonderful women group from Kajiado County, and they are just so colorful that when they get here, you will think it is a fashion show. They are right behind, and they're not here yet altogether. Oh yes, some are here. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. Please applaud them. Take your seats. Now, let's get to the private sector and service providers. Are you here? Please stand up. We recognize you. The private sector. Anyone from private sector? Any service providers?
Media is also there.
Yes. Private sector? Okay. We appreciate them in absentia. They do a lot of work. They are busy making money wherever they are. Now, the media, they play a critical role in these kinds of events and beyond. And media people, if you are standing, yes, some are actually here all together. Please applaud them, applaud the media. Appreciate. And any other category that I may have missed out, and you can politely shout from wherever you are so that we get to know which category is that. Any other category I may have left out, please. Okay. Feel welcome, and I take us back to our colleague Nancy Rapando.
Okay, thank you so much, John. I know there is a very important category you will be introduced later, but allow me again to say the multi-stakeholder platform steering committee members, if you are here, just stand up and again wave to the team. We will keep introducing you every time. You are a special category. Please stand. Yes, these people have been working day and night in setting up this structure, and now they are launching a strategy. Asanteni sana, please, we really appreciate your work. Thank you so much. There is a very simple person in the room that I also want to recognize. There is someone who kept us jumping up and down to ensure we have a strategy. Kanute Waswa, I know you don't have a suit, but you are very critical because this team really helped us to develop the strategy. So Kanute, please just stand up and wave to everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. We're going to be having adjustments in the program. We want to start with presentations. Nyangori Ohenjo, we want to listen to you. We are going to have our first presentation on CSA and food security for indigenous communities. So every time we are in the steering committee, Nyangori reminds us we have indigenous communities, and he keeps changing them from marginalized to indigenous. So, karibu sana Nyangori. We would like, when we are having the microphone, do you want us to speak from up? Thank you so much. You'll use the podium.
Thank you, Nancy. once more, as I hope I'm audible. Once again, my name is Nyangori Ohenjo, and I work at the Center for Minority Rights Development. And yes, as Nancy says, every other time I have to remind the team that in this country, we have marginalized communities who also referred to as indigenous communities, and at the same time also referred to as indigenous peoples. Those phrases are used interchangeably to mean one and the same. Today we want to focus on food security, human rights, and climate-smart agriculture among these communities, and why it's important for us to then ensure that they are always at every stage included in the deliberations and the conversations around climate-smart agriculture. And as we're just having a conversation before the beginning of this session, I was actually reminded that Kenya has a lot of very progressive policies and legislative frameworks, especially even with regards to inclusion and engagement. And I think the problem has always been implementation. And implementation in the sense that most of the times we do not allocate budgets for inclusion when we are doing budgets. And one of the things that we would be requesting is that as we launch this MSP strategy, we would like to see, as we move forward, as we prepare the budgets for the next financial year, that we have a budget for inclusion of these social groups that are normally excluded. Next slide, please. Very briefly, just about the Center for Minority Rights Development. It was started in 2001, established in 2001, with the main focus of supporting communities to secure their rights. And in this particular case, we're looking at indigenous peoples whose lifestyles have been maintained over time, and mostly they are natural resource dependent. As we've progressed, climate change has actually become an extra burden to them, and this has meant that the Csa M&E's climate change program has focused a lot more on ensuring their involvement and inclusion in deliberations and decision making. Our target is to ensure that their priorities, their concerns, are mainstreamed into climate change policy response, including policy formulation and implementation. And we try to emphasize their role in this particular situation, where we want to bring on board their climate change response experiences, through their indigenous knowledge. Next slide. Nancy started showing me the time. I remember I told her she shouldn't marginalize me because we're already marginalized. Now, one of the goals that the strategy, the MSP strategy, and I think when I met Kanute in the morning, the first thing he shouted was inclusion. And, and we really thought about this when we were developing the strategy, because what we really wanted to see was to make sure that the aspect of inclusion is properly captured, and it has been captured. We're very happy in the CSA multi-stakeholder strategy, where the goal is to safeguard inclusion. And this is very key for us, inclusion of indigenous peoples in everything that is going to happen. So to us, this is a very great achievement, and we are hoping that as we move forward with the implementation of the strategy, we're going to get the budgets to really ensure that this inclusion is achieved. There are general provisions, I'll not go into the details, but there are general provisions, legislative, constitution-wise, that provide the recognition of indigenous peoples in this country. The Constitution, we have, international instruments which Kenya, adheres to, including the new kid on the block, which is the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of the Peasants, who include indigenous peoples. We have the Articles 56, 69, 100 of the Constitution. Next slide. That is just a continuation, and critical in that I'll just mention the most recent report that Kenya submitted to the United Nations on the ICCPR, where it now very legally recognized existence of indigenous peoples in Kenya and provided that affirmative action initiatives must be put in place to ensure that their very specific needs for human rights and freedoms are enhanced. Next slide. Now, where do we locate CSA and food security in indigenous communities? Now, one thing that we would want to reiterate and emphasize is that indigenous communities in Kenya always had climate-smart initiatives when it came to adaptation. This has been eroded over time because we are losing this indigenous knowledge. We had preservation of agroforestry systems, we had sustainable grazing for better livelihoods, and we had, in most communities, an ecosystems, for the fisher communities, an ecosystems approach to fisheries and aquaculture. We just have a few examples of the different types of, these technologies: drying, fermentation of milk, milk powders. There's some of us who are pastoralists here will attest to this. Next slide. Among the fisher communities, as you can see there, that is an omena drying at an omena beach around Lake Victoria. There is the propolis from the bees, from the beehives, would be used to preserve fish, to make it remain fresh. And among the forest communities, there's a question of drying seeds that was used among the forest communities as ash mixing and smoke coating of seeds for preservation. Next slide. Where do we locate the human rights? And I think this is where the rubber meets the road. That in most cases we've seen adaptation or improvement of these technologies without recognizing the source. So we've had technologies developed, patents and copyrights, notable contributions from people who are doing research without the benefits going to the communities themselves, and we tend to, pass them over as scientific without recognizing that these are actually local, these are indigenous, and they need to be protected. So the contribution of indigenous communities into these technologies is never recognized. We need that recognized. This is basically because they've always been excluded from the political discourse and decision making. And this definitely results in inequality and injustice and inaccessibility to basic services. Next slide. Nancy, karibu namaliza. Of course, there's exacerbation of conflicts, and on the other hand, the duty bearers, and here we are talking about the government officers, often lack the knowledge of human rights when it comes to handling issues of indigenous peoples. We all accept that the indigenous peoples concept in this country is very new. It came with the Constitution 2010. So therefore, what we are saying is that CSA interventions must recognize the role played by indigenous communities, and the projects should aim at improving livelihoods of all gender, and this is where inclusivity comes in, and not increasing vulnerabilities. Any design that is being done must not increase the vulnerability of any particular community. Next slide. So we can protect these by ensuring that these communities, including their women, youth, and persons with disabilities, have access and control over their assets. And this, of course, includes the right to produce food with dignity. And that is, we need to emphasize that. Food production with dignity. It's a basic human right. And as we conclude, the final slide. What is then the significance of this Csa-Msp? As I started, it clearly provides a platform for inclusion through thematic working group 5. The strategic objectives of this thematic group are to enhance and support Indigenous community-led climate action programs, promote and support climate-led climate action, and enhance adaptive capacity, and liaise with other thematic working groups to ensure inclusivity of IPs, women, youth, and other vulnerable groups. Finally, so it provides us with a very powerful opportunity to take part and participate in decision making and influence policy and of course showcase best practices. So what are we calling for? We are calling on duty bearers to take this as a best opportunity to gain knowledge on Indigenous communities' human rights, understand their situation, and recognize their role in climate-smart agriculture. And by doing that, provide adequate budgeting to ensure that these technologies are adapted, these technologies are used, and these technologies are able to then secure the food security within a human rights perspective of Indigenous communities. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Nyang'ori. I've been told that most of the speeches must be made from here. I want to call upon the craft project. And thank you so much, Nyang'ori, for just reminding us that Indigenous people are very critical. We need to think about them, especially in the budgets. The craft project has been very critical in supporting us, especially in scaling out to the counties. We've reached out to 12 counties because of this project, thanks to SNV in this project. So I want to call upon Harold to present about this project. Thank you so much, and they're also a major sponsor of this event.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. No protocols observed. My name is Harold Mate. I work for SNV and the manager for Craft. I just want to talk about the project. I don't know if the presentation is up yet. Yeah, but before the presentation, I think I'll just talk about the project. So Craft is a 3-country project that is implemented by SNV and a number of consortium members. We have SNV as the lead partner in this project. Then we have Rabobank or Rabo Foundation, which is working on financial issues and analysis for the project. And then we have Agritera. Agritera is working in the project supporting cooperatives that are part of the project. Then we have CCAFs, that is under HIRI, and also they are looking at, basically they are the lead in climate change and climate actions. And then we have also, I don't know that my presentation is still up. Yeah, so, and basically this project is focusing on working with the businesses, agribusinesses, to look at how do they enhance climate actions, especially when they are working with smallholder farmers, and in production of food, in terms of how do farmers improve the production of these foods. If the presentation is not up, I can use my computer, please. It's up, eh? All right, thank you so much. So, so the project is called Craft, Climate Resilient Agribusinesses for Tomorrow. Next slide, please. Yeah, as I mentioned, the lead partner SNV, Wageningen University and Research, CCAFs and Awiri, Agritera, and then Rabobank. And this project is sponsored, or the donor is the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Next slide, please. So I will skip that, that's the flow of the presentation. Next slide, please. Yeah, so basically, if we look at the why Craft, why was this project put together? And one is that we are agreeing that climate is having consequences, not only on agriculture, in the agricultural sector, but also for management of natural resources. So we are asking ourselves, how do we put in actions actually that are going to mitigate against climate change, not just for agriculture, but also management of natural resources. And of course, now this calls for solutions that are not only being pushed by the civil society and development organization and government, but also bring in the private sector, who are the agribusinesses that we are working with. The next slide, please. So I'll look at the project goal. And basically, this project is to, sorry, I may not be able to read what is there, sorry. Let me use my laptop, please. Marco, let me have that laptop. Thank you. Sorry about that. So on that, I think the goal is to contribute to increase availability of and access and climate resilient food for growing population in Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. So as I said, this project covers the 3 countries, but I'm going to speak more about Kenya. And our objectives is to increase income for smallholder farmers and for small and medium enterprises. And also increase business performance for agribusiness SMEs and cooperatives. As I mentioned, we are working both with agribusinesses and then cooperatives in climate-related investments. And our third project objective is to improve enabling environment favorable for large-scale rollout of climate-smart agriculture. In terms of outcomes, we are looking at increasing productivity and income for about 300,000 farmers across East Africa. And for Kenya, we are looking at about 100,000 farmers. And then we also are going to improve performance for 50 agribusinesses and 30 cooperatives. And with about 30% of these are targeted to be women or youth-led. And then also we are looking at climate resilient, sustainable food production practiced by farmers through this project. Next slide, please. So we have assumptions in terms of, we have 3 work streams. So one is in terms of CSA practices and technologies. So we are looking at increasing, how do farmers increase income and both for smaller farmers and for SMEs, because these farmers are working with the SMEs and cooperatives to grow various food crops, but also these SMEs are being used as the offtake points for these commodities. Under work stream 2, we are looking at investment in inclusive value chains. And how do we increase performance for cooperatives and the SMEs due to climate-related investments? And basically here, we are giving small grants to both the cooperatives and the SMEs to increase their efficiency and enable them to invest in climate smart practices and actions that otherwise they will not be able to invest on their own as businesses or cooperatives. And then on work stream 3, we are looking at enabling environment for development and scaling. And with this, we are improving the enabling environment favorable for large-scale rollout of CSA. And one of the things that we are doing here today through the launch of the Csa-Msp strategic plan is one of the things that we have supported to enable this. Then we have a cross-cutting work stream that looks at learning and knowledge sharing, as well as gender and youth inclusion. In terms of achievements on what have we been able to do so far? So this is a 5-year project, and we almost halfway there in terms of implementation. And so far we have been able to work with about 83,000 farmers. Remember, our target is 100,000. And in terms of registration and training, because there is farmer registration, then there is training. So a total of about 83,000. And of course, we are looking at how many farmers are adopting the CSA technologies. And also we are looking at our farmers actually getting better yields and incomes, because as much as farmers are going to adopt and practice climate smart technologies and practices, the key question is, how are those practices helping them to be resilient? And then also, overall, of course, asking, have our farmers become more resilient, our agribusinesses more resilient, and able to adjust and work within the changing climatic conditions? And also, we have been able to train about 322 trainers in terms of cascading the practices and knowledge, and also set up of about 352 demo plots across the 4 value chains that we are working in. And those are some of the technologies and in terms of installation of solar power and other power efficient and clean energy technologies, and also training of TOTs. This was in Kitui. The next is also under work stream 2 is where I talked about investment. The question is how much for businesses to be able to invest in climate smart agriculture. The question is, are they able to allocate resources to that? So we are working on co-investment. So whatever S&V and the craft project is investing, can the businesses also be able to allocate some of their funds into these technologies? And so far we have been able to commit about 230 million, and so far we have advanced about 103 million to these businesses and cooperatives. And so far we have about 13 cases. Those are 8 small and medium enterprises and 5 cooperatives, and that is in Kenya. We have other statistics for other countries across East Africa, in Tanzania and Uganda. I will not go into the details of the achievement that we have had, but really we have, in our work stream 3, we have been able to do a lot. One was the scaling in terms of the validation readiness for enabling environment through the contextual analysis of scaling barriers in specific value chains. So for sorghum, common beans, potatoes, and green grams, the question is how do we kind of validating and looking at the readiness for this, the players in these value chains. And also, if you look at the county governments, which you have worked very closely with, are we already actually adopting some of these policies in terms of climate smart agriculture? Of course, there's the issue of policy and advocacy. In terms of the first presenter talks about resource allocation. So one thing is having a strategy. The second thing is actually allocating resources to be able to implement the suggestions and the propositions that are in that strategy. So just working with the county governments and the national government and saying, can we actually be able to allocate resources for some of the things that we are planning and suggesting that this should be done? Of course, we have also been able to formulate the MSP at county level for 10 counties. This started way back in 2021. And we are looking forward to developing action plans for these counties. So we have been working with the counties on these issues. And also the development now of the MSP strategy, which is being launched today, and I won't get into that because I know a presentation will be done on that. And also there are other activities, including the domestication of the Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Strategy, and also the Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Implementation Framework. So these are the kind of things that we are doing with the counties to ensure that we actually not only just implement the project, but also work on the enabling environment for this. I'll just, because I can see my time is running out, we are talking about knowledge and learning. So we have also been able to develop 2 climate smart business narratives for green dams and potato, but also development of the climate resilient farmer field school guidebook, and also the training manuals. The training manuals actually are going to be launched today here, and this is in supporting the dissemination of knowledge, both to the TOTs, to other partners that you're working with, and also to the farmers. And also in terms of putting together a monitoring system to ask ourselves, as we implement the project, can we actually be able to give statistics in terms of showing what change are we making? Because if we implement a project that does not make change, then in one way or the other, of course we have learnings that we can do, but the question is, what change actually are we doing, and can we be able to document that? Then under gender and social inclusion, we did a gender and youth mapping analysis in 2019, and looking at how do we incorporate the aspects of gender in the training materials and the training needs that we have. Then, of course, the training of TOTs, public-private sector partners on gender issues, and then also the dissemination of inclusive trade scan tool. This was done in 2021. And then, of course, there was a youth kickoff workshops, which started in 2021. So with that, then these are some of the practices that we're encouraging farmers to adopt in terms of climate smart agriculture, drip lines for sweet potato, for potato production, and then the issue of farming practices such as reaping. And then also we have sorting of potato for efficiency and accuracy, and also the diffuse light storage construction, because one of the challenges we have found in potato is seed. So storage of seed for farmers has been a real challenge. So the question is, how do farmers actually access seed as they continue to expand their production? Because at the point of planting, seed is one of the constraining issues that they face. Then we have also the propagation of planting materials, apical cuttings, and also adoption of varieties that can actually work in what we call the lowland areas. So in an overview, that is the presentation under craft and what we have been able to do so far. In case of details, we have a booth out there and we can always interact as time goes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I was actually held at ransom. I was seated close to John Recha, who kept on telling me, please allow him to present for more. So right now I'm going to be a bit strict on time. Boaz, where are you? Boaz, just give us your 5 minutes. And I will not sit close to anyone who knows you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is the challenge of following a presenter who was extended a little bit, so you pay the penalty, yeah? But I'll do my best, and I'll share with us just a few highlights. My name is Boaz Waswa. I work for the Alliance of Biodiversity International in CIAT. But I'm also a chair right now in the CA Hub, what we call the Conservation Agriculture Hub Kenya, which is a consortium of partners promoting conservation agriculture in the country. I've worked with a number of colleagues here and various organizations in this space. Now, one thing that we realize is that projects are terminal. Most of the time, projects are terminal, things change and all that, but the farmer's problem remains. So today we'll come with one project, it will end. Tomorrow we'll start with another initiative, it will end, but then the farmer's issues remain. Now we have multiple projects, multiple partners that are working on so many things around. How do we get them to work together? So we picked up conservation agriculture as one theme and then looked at it from a climate smart angle and came together a number of organizations sharing their ideas, what they're doing, and being able to come and learn together. That's basically what the CA Hub is all about. Let's go to the next slide, please. Now, the issues, as I've mentioned, I'll not go back to that because they are all known to us. Issues about the environment, the degraded environments, the loss of biodiversity, issues of climate change, and the stress that comes with it. And so we call on one another to look at it from a point of how do we regenerate our soils that are degraded? That's the quickest or the first questions that we have. Now, how do we ensure that there is wide uptake of these climate smart technologies? And how do we champion to deliver the message on the ground? I know we are here at the higher level, but the question is, how much are we trickling down to deliver at the ground levels? And this is why the CA Hub came up, to bring together a number of organizations that are doing conservation agriculture, to work together to deliver CA at scale, bring it down so that it can impact on food production. And we share quite a lot of objectives with what is happening, but in a specific area. And so that's a contribution that the CA Hub partners came together to deliver. And we have already 24 signatories to the consortium agreement that we have. And it's a loose organization. It's not an organization per se, but it's you and me and another person who is doing something in CA, coming together and saying we can work together. We can continue learning together. We can continue sharing information together. So it doesn't bind an organization to it. You can come in, you can walk out. Just the same way, we are all on WhatsApp groups. Sometimes you are in, tomorrow you are out. When you feel like joining, you join. But you are all sharing the vision of that WhatsApp group. And those are the objectives that we have. Basically, knowledge development and dissemination, which also includes scaling up the CA work, mobilizing resources for the work that is happening, and with communities as well. Establishing and strengthening the partnerships, and looking at the issues of advocacy and capacity building. Let's go to the next one. An example of some of the partners that have already, are already working together in this CA Hub. You can see quite a wide range of this, and we are all brought together through the ACT, Africa Conservation Tillage Network. And all of us try to contribute something towards conservation agriculture in a learning way. The ministry is here. We have a number of people in the ministry also who are part of this initiative, some also on the committees and the working groups. Let's go next. I just want to flash a few things So working with the private sector also to try and solve the problems around conservation agriculture in terms of the equipment, in terms of the tools, and bringing them together, and service provision models around conservation agriculture. Next. Deploying the conservation agriculture at scale through farmer learning. Most of these organizations, you realize they are way on the ground. And so trying to deliver the technologies to make sure that the numbers are being seen through farmer learning and demonstrations. And then monitoring, working with some of the organizations also to track numbers that are coming out of that. Monitoring soil analysis, changes in weather and how this affects that, moisture, weed management issues, yield parameters, because those are the indicators that show us that really the technology is working and is impactful. And then coming down to what really matters. What are those benefits that we see? Probably an improvement in water infiltration and storage, soil structure and penetration, looking at the stress management in the crops, and looking at the overall crop performance, and then looking at it in terms of the impact that this has on the household. Next. So basically, this is what the CA Hub is all about, calling on all of us for a partnership, calling on us for joint learning, calling on us to invest together in CA and other regenerative agriculture technologies, knowledge generation and sharing, and then working together so that when a component of the CA comes into the CSA platform, it enriches the CSA message, and therefore we can make it even much bigger. That's my last slide, madam. I think I've kept my 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Weswa. Yes. At the work of CA, we always have Peter Courier who keeps on pushing for this. And I would like to assure you that we have a very strong thematic group on knowledge, and we want to push out those technologies, push out to the other members so that they become aware of what is happening. I want to call upon our last presenter, that is from GIZ. So GIZ has really supported us in this activity, and we are very thankful, and we are believing they're going to be a major partner as we move on to implement this strategy. So thank you so much. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you, madam. How many minutes do I have? Did Daktari manage to?
I have 5 minutes.
I have 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I will try. Thank you. So, thank you for the opportunity to present a bit about our work that we do at GIZ. My name is David Kersting, managing the Pro Soil project, which is implemented in Western Kenya. Can I have the next slide? It is me who's doing that. Good. A few words on German development cooperation in Western Kenya. Primarily we work in central and western and northern part of the country, and as of 2021 our main donor, that is the German Development Ministry, is facilitating an investment of roughly 200 million euros, 10% of which being implemented in Western Kenya, specifically dedicated to the objective to rehabilitate and to protect soils. And that is a 10 years engagement, which has recently received co-funding from the European Union, expanding into the support for transition of agri-food systems through agroecology, starting from the production, starting from sustainable soil management. Now, what does that exactly look like on the ground? That is not yet translating to the screen. Who is doing the slides? Is that me? Or is that someone else? Can I have the next one, please? And the next one? And another one? And another one. There we go. So, in practice, this is what it looks like. The project is comprised of 3 pillars. The first one is training and capacity development of smallholder farmers in Siaya, Kakamega, and Bungoma counties. On some of the technologies which you can see here on the right-hand side, I believe it is pretty much aligned with what the previous presenters have shown: conservation, agriculture, integrated soil fertility management, erosion control. We are looking at maximum soil cover, increasing the biomass production on the farm, and reducing the dependency of smallholder farmers on external inputs, and at the same time realizing a yield increase of 35%. The next slide, please. Yes. So the second pillar is about policy advice for a favorable, conducive environment for those very same smallholder farmers. On the top right here, you can see Soil Lab, which has been employed by Bungoma County, one of our partners, central service to be provided by the government for sustainable soil management. We look at conservation agriculture tools, the availability of seeds of cover crops and leguminous nitrogen fixing crops that can be intercropped as well, and that is part of our institutionalization strategy through the National Agricultural Soil Management Policy, which is currently awaiting approval by the Cabinet of Kilimo House. The next slide, please. We are part of a global program which encompasses some other countries which you can see here on the map. We have a big component on knowledge management and exchange that refers to agricultural trade fairs in those counties where we are working. It relates to international knowledge management events all the way up to United Nations conferences of parties, such as the UNCCD and the UNFCCC, and this is something that we are particularly proud of. Can I have the next slide, please? How does that refer to climate change and to climate smart agriculture? We have developed in this publication a couple of scenarios for the climate change patterns that are expected for Western Kenya. You can see here in those graphs 2 lines. The blue one is a scenario whereby greenhouse gas mitigation takes place successfully until 2080, and a red line for the business as usual scenario. You can see temperatures increasing significantly, and the same holds true for, if I can see the next slide, please, for rainfall and rainfall intensity. So Western Kenya apparently is one of those regions where we face increasing temperatures, but at the same time increasing rainfall. That points to 2 responses in terms of agricultural practices. That is everything that relates to shading, agroforestry, to drainage such as composting, improving soil structure, and first and foremost to erosion control through biological or physical measures. Currently, as we speak, we are evaluating our portfolio of technologies with stakeholders from science in Kisumu at a workshop today. The last bit that I want to talk about is mitigation. I believe we are aware that soil are a significant storage for carbon from the atmosphere, first and foremost through biomass, and the second largest carbon storage in the world actually. And that gives us the opportunity, but also the responsibility to protect soil organic carbon which is in the soil, and also to rehabilitate soil by using biomass-based soil amendments. There's tremendous potential in that, and there is an increasing interest from the voluntary carbon market to venture into that through carbon certificates, which could finance agricultural extension in return. That requires a governance system, which is my last slide. And I quickly want to show, if I have a couple of clicks, please, what that looks like. There is increasing interest from private sector entities which are emitting greenhouse gases to basically contribute to mitigation, purchasing climate certificates, carbon certificates from the agricultural sector. That requires, as I said, a governance structure, which is here on the next click, and whose responsibility it is to monitor and verify the certification of such and the issuance of such certificates, coordinating extension services and the marketing of these certificates. Now, the core in such schemes is, of course, the farmer, the producer of that carbon. We look at the potential of 2 to 3 tons per hectare per year in Western Kenya, with a demand for extension services and which can be facilitated in return. I'm going to cut it a bit short here, but want to create awareness that we are currently venturing into setting up such a mechanism as part of our program. We have registered about 25,000 farms in Western Kenya and look forward to developing this initiative, which we are particularly excited about. Thank you for your attention, and feel free to reach out.
Okay, thank you so much, David. Yeah, that's a presentation from the ProSoil project that has developed very good evidence on climate scenarios in Western Kenya. And I think those of us working within those areas, that's good evidence that we can use when we are developing our interventions. Yeah, because of time, we are rushing into the next level of the program. Ivy, are you able to come and make a presentation on the M&E framework? The Csa-Msp platform has been working together with CIAT in a program, and we've been able to develop a reporting framework. It's very critical that we do report on what we are doing within the global framework. So, Ivan, karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. All protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ivy Kenywa. I'm from the Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT, and I'm going to be taking you through the monitoring and evaluation reporting tool that will be launching in concurrence with the National Csa-Msp strategic plan. So in your document wallets or in your bags, we provided a monitoring and evaluation framework, which is also the document that guided the development of the online tool. So just to give you a brief, the monitoring and evaluation tool was developed through the ICAT project, that's the Initiative for Climate Action Transparency, together with the National Csa-Msp and the Ministry of Agriculture, together with the Ministry of Environment, with other, in a partnership with other stakeholders. So as you can see, the evaluation framework that we have provided, we use that to guide the development of the online tool, which if you go to our booth, we are going to be providing a link where you can interact with the tool and see how we have put the different indicators that we are going to be measuring. So, next slide, please. So the purpose of this online tool was to be able to complement the current reporting structures within the agricultural sector, to provide a simple and harmonized reporting structure that allows different actors, both at state and non-state, to be able to report, including both national and county levels. And then apart from that, it was to be able to ensure that we are able to effectively and efficiently measure the climate actions in the agricultural sector, and to be able to consolidate that for purposes of reporting and aligning to our national commitments at the global and national levels. So as you can see, we have a QR code where you can use to scan and go to the tool, which will also be providing at our booths. We have the Alliance booth outside, and you can interact with us more to find out more about this tool and everything we are doing about it. Thank you very much. So if you want to read more about the ICAT project, we have provided an ICAT brief with your document wallets and together with the framework document. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Yes, it is necessary that as partners you support the reporting process, and so we will also be disseminating all this information through the different platforms that we have so that we really contribute to the process. I want to call upon Bernard, who will be presenting about this MSP strategy. I also believe at the moment the guest of honor arrives, we will also do just like a small preview on what it's all about, but for now it would be good to take us through it and the process that has yielded to that. So,
good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. My name is Bernard Kimoro. I am a member of the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperative in the Climate Change Unit. What I have here is a presentation, very brief, about the strategic plan. Basically, I'm going to summarize what we have in this document in a few minutes. I'm not going to go into very many aspects or into details because you already have the document. This is a document which has been generated as a result of a lot of work which has been done by the MSP stakeholders. And when I talk about the MSP stakeholders, I'm talking about the categories that were introduced here earlier by Dr. Rachel. We are looking at the state departments or MDAs, academia, and research, civil society. We're also looking at development partners. So what we have actually generated is not money that has come from government totally, but it's a contribution from all the stakeholders. We know about the issues of climate change and the impacts they have on the agricultural sector, very complex in nature. So what that means is that we need to have an integrated approach in coming up with the solutions. Each one of us needs to have some responsibility in looking at how we can be able to deal with the impacts of climate change. For us in Kenya, and this is a deliberate approach we took, we want to focus on climate smart agriculture, which looks at the triple wins. We are talking about increasing productivity, creating resilience to our different agricultural value chains, and also because agriculture is also touted to be a contributor to greenhouse gases, also an aspect of reducing the greenhouse gases. Next, please. Now, we may ask ourselves, what is the genesis of the climate smart agriculture multi-stakeholder platform? Under our legal framework, Climate Change Act of 2016, there is a foundation for the sectoral climate actions to be coordinated by different sectors. Out of that also, as a sector, we are supposed to be reporting so that it contributes to the national reporting framework, which then complies with the international obligations. Yeah. So when you're talking about the MSP, we are also anchored within the Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Strategy. I'm sure you've seen some of these documents. There's a booth which is distributing the same. So we are anchored within that. That means we are recognized as an MSP, and also within the Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture implementation framework. So the mandate of the Csa-Msp is basically to coordinate and harmonize the stakeholders in the implementation of CSA. Our objective as an MSP is actually to guide our members and the steering committee so that any planned activities that we have, we are then able to execute them, especially for the strategic plan we are talking about between the period of 2022 to 2026. Yeah, next. Some of the achievements. Before coming up with the strategic plan, the MSP was in existence, all right? So we did make a few achievements. We set up the platform as it is. We also established what we call the thematic working groups. That means we created a structure where we also have specialized technical groups which can be able to support the steering committee. We also developed an M&E framework and a reporting tool. My colleague Ivy has just reported about the reporting tool, so that is one of the outputs. We have also engaged in the establishment of the county multi-stakeholder platforms. Currently, we are talking about having 18 already existing, and some of them are represented here today. So why do we need this strategic plan? Yeah. So we could be asking ourselves, we've been there in existence, and we have been operating, but why is it necessary? For us, if you look at the way we were operating, we didn't have a defined strategy as a multi-stakeholder platform. So it was felt that it is important for us to be able to have that defined strategy, which will coordinate all the stakeholders. The second thing is on the issue of we are operating as voluntary members. So it becomes very difficult for us to be able to be aligned, yeah, in terms of our structure. Yeah, we cannot force anybody. So we felt it is important that we have a document that creates a structure and a governance system which can coordinate all the members. Then, of course, we're looking at having a system where we have defined operating standards. So that if you're talking about the reporting tool, which are the indicators? How can I be able to report as an MSP? Next. What is our vision and mission? Very simple. Our mission is an inclusive and well-coordinated agricultural sector which is implementing climate actions. Yeah? So there are very two key words there. And I remember Nyangori already talked about the issue of the marginalized or the socially excluded groups. For us, as an MSP, we also want to go into a situation where all the stakeholders feel that inclusivity and also the fact that we are well coordinated. Our mission is to promote an inclusive platform for the agricultural stakeholders that will enable sharing of knowledge and which is going to result in promotion of increased awareness on and adoption of CSA in terms of technologies, innovations, and management practices. Our value proposition, so what is it when you become a member? What is it that you'll gain? We are looking at issues of sharing knowledge, for example. We can be able to report what your actions are. We are also giving you an opportunity for investment. That means once you join us, that networking and the linkage can be able to create investment opportunities for you. And those who are service providers as well get an opportunity to be able to get linked to those who are seeking these services. So in terms of the themes and outcomes, based on the work we did and identifying our strengths, we did identify that we have 5 themes that we can work through. The first one is on knowledge sharing. In this, the outcome we expect is that we will have more facilitative adoption of best climate actions. All right? So we share the best practices so that at the end of the day, we can then be able to see how this can be cascaded to the users. The second theme is the coordination and of reporting processes. I've already talked about the importance of reporting your climate actions. So in this case, we want to enhance that credibility. Yeah. So the outcome we expect is that once you report, there is the standards of operations that I talked about, so there's credibility in that reporting, and this is very essential, especially the climate change landscape, because you're talking about enhanced transparency framework, where the information we are reporting should not be double reported, for example. It should be clear, it should be transparent. Yeah? The next one is another theme that we looked at is the issue of networking and collaboration. So here, the outcome we expect is that an inclusive platform for stakeholders, all right? So, and that is going to ensure we scale up the approaches on climate actions. Next, please. So the fourth theme that we identified while we were working on the strategic plan is on the issue of policy implementation and policy development and implementation. This is one area that we are transitioning. The Constitution focuses mainly on participation, but we're also looking at how can we be able to have policies that are well grounded in terms of evidence. So that is an outcome that we are looking at and saying as a theme, we need to see how to influence this policy reforms using the evidence that is required. And then social inclusivity that I've already talked about, that's another theme that in our outcome, we expect that all our stakeholders are included, but at the same time, we're also looking at our target groups. They should also be included. Yeah? So we are not excluding some of the social groups, the youth, the women, people living with disabilities. What is the governance system of the MSP? So we have the members. Basically, to become a member, you will come from all these categories that have already been talked about. Below that, then we have the steering committee. I hope I'll be given a chance to introduce the steering committee by name, not waving. So below that, below the members, we have the steering committee. So the members, once you meet on a quarterly basis, we have a steering committee that is creating that agenda. And then just below the steering committee, we have the thematic working groups, the technical groups that, actually this is the engine of the MSP. The coordination is basically from the climate change unit or the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and Cooperatives. So in terms of the structure, next please. So we are looking at, that is how the structure of our MSP is. And that's how we have identified it within our strategic plan. So finally, I think I want to thank everyone for coming. And one of the last slides, looking at the duration of this strategic plan, we are looking at 2022-2026. For the 5 years, the budget is about 700 million. For year one, we have a budget that basically looks at 140 million. Some of the activities have already been implemented. Ivy talked about
secretaries, please, may I request you to stand, and with a microphone moving around, we would like not just to recognize your presence standing, but know you by name. Secretaries in the Ministry of Agriculture? If not, directors, please. Directors, please.
Yeah, I think we are many. I saw sector research. Several directors will come. You don't waste time. Engineer Kiplagat, I know Lucy Jenga is around, so I do not take a lot of time. Yes, I'm Engineer Kanui. I head engineering. I'm secretary engineering from Ministry of Agriculture, and the climate smart unit lies under my department. Thank you so much.
The climate change unit lies in that department. Thank you, Engineer, who is the director. Go ahead, please.
My name is Naomi Kamau from the Directorate of Crop Resources and Plant Protection Services. I'm representing the director there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. Yes. Any other? Yes. There is someone there.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am not from agriculture, but I support agriculture. My name is Stella Aura.
Yes.
Director of Meteorological Services, commonly known as the weatherman. And we're also the focal point for the IPCC. I'm glad to be here with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other directors? Yes. Other directors, please, from even other ministries beside the Ministry of Agriculture.
Good
from
morning.
the Government of Kenya. Go ahead.
Good morning. All protocols observed. My name is Paris Maina, representing Mr. Samson Kidera, Director, State Department of Fisheries, Aquaculture and Blue Economy, Nyanza or Western Region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lucy Jega. I'm Director of Agriculture in charge of policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Director.
Thank you. My name is Engineer Laban Kiplagat from the State Department for Crops Development. I'm the Director in charge of Agricultural Land and Environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Director. Any other senior government officer at that level of director who is within our midst from another department, ministry? Good. Appreciate. Thank you very much. Now, as of right now, may I request we will have one by one, starting off with ASNET. Jane Msindi, please, it's your time. And I know you've got a presentation and then also a speech to give. Please, a video. Karibu. That is fine.
regenerative agriculture in my market. And I've been doing this kind of farming for maybe the last about 10 years or so. So the reason why I decided to use regenerative agricultural principles is because in my family life, I was actually growing food for my family, and I didn't want to, and my kids were young, I didn't want to use any synthetic inputs or pesticides, because by then is when I was starting to learn about how food is grown. But then later on, I actually learned that it's not just the synthetic inputs that I need to think about, but I also need to think about creating a microclimate on my farm, so that I can be able to have sustainable farming practices that will be able to give me good yield for many years to come. So I started off on half an acre. So half an acre, small piece of land. Many of us are very used to doing one crop. So you're growing just one crop on half an acre. Of course, you'll hardly get anything. But then because I was growing, different kinds of, like vegetables, then it meant that half an acre was more than enough food for my use. And then that made sure that now I had more than enough, and then I started selling it. So when the business started picking up is when I decided to expand, and right now we're in my manual. So right now we have this farm in Renahil, which is telling us. So when you think about this kind of farming, at the beginning, when you start off with it, it can be quite tedious. Policymakers need to push for the right policies. Because you know the thing about it, if you don't have the right policy environment for like regeneration or sustainable farming practices or agroecology, nothing will happen. I just have to say you have to come together, maybe form a cooperative for regeneration, say for example, and then that way you can be able to source a single market. Isn't it? That's how the milk dairy works, the coffee, the tea. Don't they come together as cooperatives and then they are able to source for a market? But now the lone farmers, say for example, you're not able to join a cooperative or anything of the sort. Why don't you then consider actually, working with just getting like a direct market?
So thank you for your indulgence. We are the Society of Crop Agribusiness Advisors of Kenya, and we represent the private sector on the steering committee for the Csa M&E. So we are here in both hats of CSO and private sector representatives. So climate change is increasingly impacting the private sector in the agriculture sector in Kenya. We have seen media reports of armyworm infestation. In fact, right now, the government is fighting this armyworm infestation, and then increasing threat of quillea birds, especially in wheat and rice growing areas. This is a sign of climate change. We have frequency of droughts and floods over the years. This has eroded the ability of the sector to remain competitive, both nationally and internationally. As a result, the country has witnessed a rise in the incidence of food insecurity, losses due to livestock deaths, and degraded soils, which has translated to lost incomes and increased imports to fill the deficit in production. It has seen many farmers without a livelihood and consequently without means to build resilience for their enterprises. Processors are increasingly experiencing increased overheads with increased pressure to source raw materials. Most of us are forced to import these raw materials from very difficult places. Right now, because of the war, we can't even get these raw materials in. Over and above this, the Kenyan economy is largely informal, and this means that a majority of the businesses are ill-equipped to adapt to their enterprises, to shocks arising from climate change. For the agriculture sector especially, this phenomenon of informality manifests in the contribution of smallholder farmers to the total food production nationally, currently at 80%. Furthermore, the lack of information on how best to address climate change shocks has increased the vulnerability of smallholder farmers and other value chain actors. This is compounded by the fragmented nature of the sector, especially among the smallholder farmers, has made it expensive to disseminate information on possible technology, services, and products that can support resilience building. And therefore, we are happy that this MSP is coming up. It's one place that we can all discuss the climate change shocks and any mitigation that we can do about it in one room and agree how to go forward without reaching out to various other people, which is a very expensive affair. Now, what is SOCA doing? SOCA, as a member of ASNET, is the Society of Crop Agribusiness Advisors of Kenya. We are a membership organization, so we cater for consultants in crop agribusiness. So we are both private sector practitioners, and we are also a CSO that advocates for matters that affect the agriculture industry. So at the moment, we have identified an opportunity to create awareness to value chain actors on the emerging issue of climate change. So Csa is looking to leverage the long-standing experience of our members in advisory services to be on the front line in, in disseminating information on products, services, and technologies that will support value chain actors to adapt their enterprises to effects of the climate change. The video you just watched is one way that we use to disseminate this information, because what Sylvia does, we are using her as a policy to practice farmer. So whatever she's doing on her farm, we can help replicate to other smallholder farmers. So we are a member of the Climate Business Information Network Kenya, which is a private sector body. And through CBI&K, we have managed to build our capacity on matters climate change. We have understood impact to business and possible pathways to build adapted value chains going forward. I would encourage more private sector actors to participate in this network, because it gives us a lot of information on how to go forward. Secondly, through the Csa Environment Sector Board, Csa has managed to participate in the policy reform process to ensure concepts such as circularity take root in the agriculture sector, and consequently reduce the organic waste coming from agriculture, which is a significant contributor of emissions. We have also engaged the Ministry of Environment, Forestry, and Natural Resources to develop the organic waste regulations, which will be instrumental in the implementation of the Sustainable Waste Management Policy 2021. This will unlock opportunities for private sector, such as development of organic fertilizer value chain, and also provide a source of animal feed, e.g. using the black soldier fly larvae, which is gaining momentum at the moment. And then through Csa joined the Climate Smart Agriculture, the Csa-Msp platform, and represents private sector in the steering committee. Through this MSP, Csa has participated in the development of the strategic plan. Csa, together with our partners ADS, is implementing the regenerative agriculture practices for livelihoods and markets realms. We have a booth just outside. It's an IKEA-funded program through SNV. I think SNV is very active in climate change matters. But for us, we are only doing Western Kenya and Western Rwanda, and we aim to reach 100,000 farmers who will actively implement regenerative agriculture practices. And it is in Bungoma, Kakamega, Uasin Gishu, Kericho, and Nakuru. The project is anticipated that the concept of circularity will be introduced in the agriculture sector. We join other stakeholders in congratulating the Ministry of Agriculture on the attainment of this milestone, even as we embark on the journey of low carbon development pathway. Thank you.
I appreciate, and to redeem time, I welcome BioVision, after which ILRI, and then FAO and SNV, and lastly will be Alliance Biodiversity SIAT, in that order. Welcome, Nancy, and I know you will take 5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much, John. It's even more difficult being a host and also a guest at the same time. But I just want to give the first 2 sentences that have been sent to me by BioVision, that climate change is arguably the greatest threat in mankind's history, and it will severely impact agriculture and food security. And in order to adapt to climate change, we will require transformative actions through systemic approaches. And this massive challenge can only be met if all relevant actors work together decisively and in true partnership. BioVision Foundation, based in Zurich, is very honored to be able to work together with the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries on the multi-stakeholder platform on climate smart agriculture. So just to say that that is a very important speech that I was given, to say that BioVision is proud to be associated with this. And I can say that the journey BioVision working together in Kenya with the Ministry of Agriculture actually started way early in 2016, where they worked together on a program, working together with Planning Department and the Ministry of Agriculture, and that is the time that we actually got the idea on the need to bring together stakeholders. So there was a general feeling that this could also work on climate change, and that is when we really work together with Veronica to see how this can be done within the climate change angle, working together within the Agriculture Department. Luckily, the need to develop a stakeholder platform was already anchored within the strategy. So it's very critical that partners, as we are here, that anything we want to work on is either anchored within the policy frameworks, or you need to ensure that it is anchored within those policy frameworks. So on that basis, it was very easy to support the startup of this initiative. And I would say that we've worked together with ILRI, the rest of the stakeholders, the steering committee, on kickstarting, developing the initial concepts. And I would say that every time I told Veronica is that BioVision is not a big funder. It's a very small funder that when you need 20,000, we can do it very fast. But we will always do it small but give you a lot of impact. And actually we have seen the platform really move this far, and I'm happy that more stakeholders have come on board to support this initiative. I do remember that when we had one of the platform meetings in Kilimo, Engineer Kanui was very clear by telling us, you people, we need to move out of the boardrooms and see how we reach out to the counties and to the farmers. And Engineer Kanui, we want to assure you that from there, BioVision was able just to roll out in 2. It was followed up by SNV doing 12 more counties, and I think CIAT did even 5 more counties, and we've really rolled out into the counties, and we thank you for all the inspiration. I would actually like to thank the ministry and the MSP actors for allowing BioVision Zurich to be part of this platform. And the word from BioVision is that they've still pledged to support this platform initially for the next 3 years. They've been our partners in the last 3 years again. So with all the support from you, I believe that BioVision Zurich will continue being a partner, and we shall continue working together to see this happen. Thank you so much. Thank you, John. Looking forward to a great day.
I wanted to tell Nancy that she has improved greatly, because typically she talks a lot, but today she's just excellent. Thank you, Nancy, for BioVision altogether. And I'm not profiling you. It's a good job. Welcome, Ilri, and this is Laura Kramer, one of my colleagues in the climate field altogether. Go ahead.
Thank you, John. Thank you, John, and good morning, just about to be good afternoon to everyone, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. On behalf of the International Livestock Research Institute, it's my honor to be with you today for this important event. We all know the huge role that livestock plays in the agricultural sector, and so ILRI is really pleased to be part of the multi-stakeholder platform. The livestock subsector contributes 12% to the national GDP and a full 42% of agricultural GDP. So it's really important that livestock is represented here. And beyond just the economic value, it also provides cultural identity, it contributes to soil fertility, and so we can't overlook livestock. And it also contributes to food and nutrition security. The milk, the meat, the eggs that we all consume comes to us from the livestock sector. And so we really want to support livestock keepers here in Kenya. But livestock producers, although they play this hugely critical role in society, they're suffering the negative impacts of climate change. So without support to shift to climate-smart livestock practices, we'll all suffer from the reduced production and soon-to-be increased prices if that happens. But we can avoid this. Many of the actions that actors in the livestock sector can take to increase their adaptation to climate change will even result in improved yields and boosted productivity. So this is a win-win. Climate-smart agriculture is what we need here. ILRI has been working really closely with Nancy and Veronica and all of the partners of the MSP on this platform, and we've also been working on the ground with farmers to look into these win-win options that I just mentioned. We have the BMZ-funded program for climate-smart livestock, where we've been working closely with livestock keepers to understand what adaptation options they're pioneering and to help them spread those practices to other farmers. Through the World Bank-funded program called Accelerating Impacts of CGIAR Climate Research for Africa, we're promoting participatory rangeland management in Wajir and in other places. We're providing support to climate information services and agro-advisories through the Kenya Agricultural Observatory Platform in collaboration with the Kenya Met Department, so I'm very happy to see Dr. Ora here. And we're also planning demonstration plots for dryland crops such as pigeon pea, sorghum, and millet in partnership with ICRSAT. We're also integrating gender concerns in each of these activities to ensure that the activities are gender responsive. There's a new One CGIAR initiative called Livestock, Climate, and Systems Resilience that will also be working in Kenya to support climate-smart livestock approaches. ILRI's mission is ensuring better lives through livestock, and we know for sure that we can't do that without also helping livestock keepers cope with the stresses and challenges of climate change. So we're proud to be part of the Climate-Smart Agriculture Multi-Stakeholder Platform as an avenue for coordinating with other agriculture sector stakeholders to address climate action in the agriculture sector of Kenya. I'm so happy to be here today as part of this launch. As Nancy was saying, it's been a long journey. We had the first MSP meeting on ILRI's campus in February 2019, and at that time I really had no idea that it would become this vibrant platform that it is today. So I'm proud to have walked this journey alongside so many dedicated people, and it's really humbling to see something that started with just a few partners and a small amount of funding now reaching these heights and launching a 5-year strategy along with an M&E framework and the production manuals that are up here. So there's strength in numbers, and that's evident here today. Together we can continue working toward a climate-smart agriculture sector for the country and to support all actors along agricultural value chains, especially those working on livestock issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And now it's time for the FAO to give their presentation, their speech. And the FAO rep, I would like to request for the rep of the UN Food and Agriculture Organization. Looks like not yet in, and therefore I invite Dr. Andre Dijaga to talk on behalf of SNV, Enterprise Development Organization. Welcome, Andre.
Thank you very much, John. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. My name is Andre Diaga. I'm the Global Manager Director of SNV, and I'm very happy to represent SNV today at this event to launch the Climate Smart Agriculture Multi-Stakeholder Platform Strategic Plan for the period 2022 to 2026. Allow me to say something about SNV. We are a non-profit international development organization focusing on development activities in the food, energy and water sectors. SNV was founded in 1965, and over time we have built long-term local presence and partnerships in more than 26 countries in Asia, Africa and Central America. Just recently, by the way, we marked our 50th anniversary of our presence here in Kenya, and we share some cake with a number of partners here. Let me recall our mission, which is to strengthen capacities and catalyze partnerships to transform the food, energy and water systems, which enable sustainable and more equitable livelihoods for all. That's a whole mouthful. So how do we do this? We work with about 1,300 professionals, staff over the globe, of which 90% are nationals in the countries where we work. And we are collaborating with national implementing organizations, work closely with government, research, private sector and civil society organizations, like what we are doing here today. We are focusing on capacity building, on brokering, fund management and advocacy, among others. And jointly with our partners, we aim to attain systems change by strengthening institutions, by kickstarting new markets, change policies and rules. Let me say a little bit about the three sectors which I mentioned. Food, energy and water, they play a crucial role in development. They also play a crucial role in attaining the Sustainable Development Goals. And they also play a crucial role in addressing climate change. If you look at the food sector, we really want to aim, and I think we all aim that, to improve inclusive livelihood opportunities through farming, through employment generation, entrepreneurship, and access to productive resources, resulting in improved incomes, social protection, and economic resilience. But we also want to look at increased year-round access to and use of affordable food and consumption of adequate and healthy diets. And last but definitely not least, to improve equal access to natural resources and the production of food while conserving and restoring climate, water, biodiversity and soil, leading to increased farm resilience against climate shocks. If you look at the energy sector, we promote private sector-driven market development in, for instance, biodigesters, off-grid electricity and clean cooking. Our commitment to equity translates into a focus in gender equality as well as youth inclusion. If you look at water, we all know water is very crucial in this climate crisis, and we aim to ensure the reliable availability of an acceptable quantity and quality of water for health, for livelihoods, for ecosystems and for production. Let me focus a little bit on climate, because that's why we are here today. Climate change has become a cross-cutting, all-encompassing perspective for development, and therefore the activities in all the three sectors I described above aim to address the climate crisis. Climate change, as we all know, is one of the greatest challenges facing humanity today, affecting every country and creating devastating effects on communities and individuals. It has the potential to reverse hard-won and significant development gains across the world, with the developing countries most impacted and the least able to prevent and respond to the impacts. What do we want to achieve in activities in agriculture addressing the climate crisis? And I mean SNV with the partners in the countries we are working with. And I think it has been said this morning already. We want to contribute directly to develop and implement climate-resilient agricultural systems. This means that the agricultural sector needs capacities, technologies and policies to adapt and to absorb, but also to transform. And this includes to be more prepared for disasters and increase flexibility. And as said also earlier by the Ministry, is that we want to contribute directly to the transformation of the agricultural system towards a reduced carbon footprint. Let me focus a little bit on the last point, which is also quite important, because we also need finances to actually meet all these changes. So we also try, and I'll come back to that later, to mobilize finance to meet the needs of effectively addressing climate change. SNV currently has a portfolio of over 60 projects in addressing the climate change, the climate crisis. This includes sustainable food production initiatives supporting farmers to adapt to climate change, renewable energy markets to develop projects contributing to climate change mitigation in the agricultural sector, like introduction of solar irrigation, regenerative agriculture, biodigesters, and in the water sector, working with service providers to improve resilience towards greater variability of rainfall. In Kenya, we aim to come true to the various policies as the National Climate Change Action Plan, the Kenya Climate Smart Agricultural Strategy, and the Kenya Climate Smart Agricultural Implementation Framework. Let me give a few examples of projects which we are currently implementing. We are partnered in the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development, which enables the private sector investments in projects aimed at climate adaptation and mitigation in developing countries. The Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs has made available 160 million, and we are negotiating an additional amount to increase the resilience of communities and ecosystems to the most vulnerable to climate change. We mentioned already the craft, the climate resilient agribusiness for tomorrow, and I do not want to elaborate too much of this. But the craft project has supported the development of this multi-stakeholder platform strategic plan and offered trainings to 11 counties so far and developed 4 manuals on climate smart agriculture for specific value chains. We have a number of other initiatives in Kenya, like in Laikipia, Isiolo, Samburu, where we are contributing to the goal of enhancing resilience of food nutrition and water security. In Taita, Taveta, Kajiado and Naro counties, we work to enhance livelihoods of agro-pastoralist communities through improved forest production and livestock husbandry, building on commercialization of climate-smart innovations and sustainable landscape management. And exploring introducing regenerative agriculture has been mentioned already this morning, in an integrated landscape approach in Western Kenya. Today, we are launching the Climate Smart Agriculture Multi-Stakeholder Platform Strategic Plan. And S&V very much welcomes this initiative to coordinate the numerous activities addressing climate change in the country and improve the synergy and efficiency in implementation of climate smart agriculture. Starting this process to coordinate activities at the county level is very appropriate, and therefore we are happy to support this initiative through our current project portfolio. I do congratulate all with this launch today and wish us all here together success in the actual implementation. Addressing climate is urgent and it affects us all, so coordinated action is needed. Thank you very much.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the guest of honor has already arrived, and therefore the speaker for Alliance Biodiversity SEAT will come after we are done with the break. I request us to go for a tea break and also man the booths, because the guest of honor and other dignitaries who have come along will also be moving around. And after 45 minutes, we reconvene, and once we come back here, we will start off with a brief speech from the Alliance Biodiversity SEAT, and then we go to the rest. So, and if you need anything as a person participating in this event, get hold of anyone who has got a badge like this with the name official, and you can ask questions about anything that you need to help about. May I request us to go in for this break, and then we'll reconvene after 45 minutes, please. Thank you very much.
you are allowed to carry your tin then into the room, so long as you don't mess up with your laptops and phones. That is allowed. We want to start the next session, please.
Mabibi na mabwana, karibuni. Please take your seats, settle, so that we can be able to have the program ongoing altogether. It is a little bit changed because we want to capture this event in the 1 o'clock news bulletin, which is taking place in the next about 10-15 minutes altogether. And therefore, we will invite speeches later, but for now, may I invite my senior director, Engineer Kanui, to be able to invite the guest of honor to give a speech, and then we'll proceed with the next speeches, so that we can be able to capture this on the news bulletin. Karibu, Engineer.
Yeah, thank you so much. Our guest of honor, all protocols observed. I think we'll change the program a bit. Let's have some order. We'll change the program a bit so that we can be seen in the NTV news, in the news, the bulletins for one. So at this juncture, I want to invite our guest of honor. Let's be upstanding so that we invite our guest of honor to open the function and give us a speech.
Thank you. Kindly be seated, please. Thank you. Am I? Assemblies represented, development partners, country representatives of FAO, SNV, ASNET, the Alliance of Biodiversity, Biovision, and ILRI leadership, representatives of stakeholder organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Before I give the official remarks, let me first and foremost thank you for being patient and also for agreeing to have us invert the program a bit so that we can be able to accommodate our colleagues that need to also run this particular segment in today's 1 o'clock bulletin. So, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to be with you this afternoon as we launch the strategic plan for the multi-stakeholder platform, that is MSP, that is promoting climate-smart agriculture in Kenya. Agriculture remains one of the most important sectors in the Kenyan economy, being the main source of livelihoods, food security, employment for majority of Kenya's people, and a source of major economic and foreign exchange. However, the sector is very vulnerable to the impacts of climate change that include incidences of droughts, floods, and new emerging pests and diseases. Gradually, climate change impacts create a decrease in reliable cropping days, making it difficult for our farmers, livestock keepers, fisheries folk to plan their operations effectively. Extreme events like droughts and floods have resulted to devastating events on leading to insecurity from resource-based conflicts, particularly in the arsal parts of this country. This calls for all of us to urgently take appropriate interventions that support the sector to be more resilient to climate change. I'm happy to note that the Climate Smart Agriculture Platform, that is Csa-Msp, is an important national initiative that seeks to promote coordinated actions by stakeholders of both state and non-state affiliation, and thus identify solutions to the impacts of climate change that are currently increasing in severity and frequency. Today we are therefore gathered here to celebrate the milestone achievements of the National Climate Smart Agriculture Monitoring and Stakeholders Platform. In the launch, today we have the Csa-Msp strategic plan. We also have the monitoring and evaluation framework, and also we have the Climate Smart Agriculture manuals. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the current trends of climate change impacts, it is apparent that climate change is not only a threat to achievement of sustainable development and poverty alleviation, but deprives our livelihoods and economic sustenance and limits the chances of achievement of food and nutrition security in this country. The connection between the twin challenges of ensuring global food security and addressing climate change has caused governments, development partners, organizations, and scientists to search for opportunities to address these challenges in a very integrated way and approach. Climate change problem is complex in nature and thus requires a holistic solution-based approach from all stakeholders and requires a concerted effort by state and non-state actors at all levels of government. Ladies and gentlemen, in recognition of this, the 7th Annual Devolution Conference held November last year by both levels of government, that is the national government and the county governments, committed to design and implement practical policies, strategies, laws, regulations, and action plans to address climate change in the spirit of cooperation, coordination, consultation, and collaboration. We thus agreed to design and implement public-private partnerships to enhance farmers' access to information, market opportunities, and innovate solutions of future anticipated challenges in the agriculture sector that are gender responsive and also inclusive. 2, the Climate Smart Agriculture Multi-Stakeholder Platform, which we are calling Csa-Msp. Such partnerships between the state, the county government, and also the non-state actors. 3, the efforts at the county government's level are also critical to be able to reach our farmers in their respective communities. 4, the ministry recognizes the support of BioVision, SNV, the Alliance of Biodiversity, that is SIAT, to establish in 18 counties, that is namely Siaya, Busia, Kisumu, Kakamega, Nyamira, Bomet, Narok, Nakuru, Nyandarua, Tharaka Nithi, Embu, Murang'a, Kitui, Makueni, Machakos, and Taita. The CSA, that is the Climate Smart Agriculture Community Projects, also supported by the FAO through the NAP Readiness Project in Kajiado, Busia, and Nyeri. And I think I need to recognize the presence of Madam Kalla from FAO and also thank her for this continued support, and also our CECs for being the champions of climate change initiatives where these initiatives will be implemented. We also take note of the Pro Soil project that is being supported by GIZ in Siaya, Kakamega, and Bungoma, facilitating the implementation at the grassroots level. Ladies and gentlemen, adapting our agricultural systems to climate changing environment will take an enormous coordinated effort. Thus, through a sectoral forum such as the multi-stakeholder platform, that is MSP, it is our expectation that we'll have an inclusive institutional framework to not only coordinate but also harmonize the climate smart agriculture implementation, and thus fostering an enabling environment for the realization of sustainable CSA, that is climate smart agriculture objectives. The 5-year Csa-Msp strategic plan, that is from 2022 to 2027, that is the 5-year period that we are launching today, provides a clear roadmap on the main thematic areas needed to ensure climate actions within the sector are implemented in an inclusive manner that supports the objectives of the KCSAs and KCSAIF Foundation. This is meant to check if the implementation, the CSA implementation framework, objectives, outcomes, and outputs are proceeding as planned and support the optimal planning and efficiency in the utilization of these resources. The CSA training manuals will be important to provide technical guidance to our farmers and also other key value chain supporters, actors to adopt the CSA practices. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to commend the efforts by the National CSA Multi-Stakeholder Platform for launching the strategic plan. And I also want to take note that the MSP, using the strategic actors in the strategic plan, have already commenced the process of cascading the coordination mechanism to the county level through the support to 18 counties that have been supported to start up the county MSPs. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I wish to thank the Csa-Msp, that is the Climate Smart Agriculture and Monitoring Stakeholder Platform, for taking this step of coming up with the strategic plan. I have a lot of gratitude as I express that through the strategic plan, the MSP will drive forward the agenda on climate change in agriculture in a more objective manner, and by ensuring inclusivity during planning and implementation of agriculture sector climate actions. Finally, I wish to assure all stakeholders promoting climate actions of our continued support to the Csa-Msp and also all institutional structures seeking to safeguard national food and nutrition security in the face of the changing climate system that is impacting our food system. I wish to call upon all stakeholders implementing climate actions in agriculture to be part of this coordination mechanism of the Csa-Msp, that is the Climate Smart Agriculture Monitoring Multi-Stakeholder Platform, for sharing information and building partnerships and ensuring effective and comprehensive reporting sector progress in climate change. With those many remarks, may God bless us all, and thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed with the speeches from FAO and from Alliance Biodiversity SEAT, and therefore may I invite the FAO representative to give us a brief speech, 5 minutes, followed after that by Alliance Biodiversity SEAT, and then we'll go to another program that we'll announce. Welcome, Madam.
Thank you very much, MC. Good afternoon, Chief Guest, I also recognize the County Executive Committee members here present, the representative of ministries, departments and the agencies, representatives from the MSP, member organizations, the multi-stakeholder platform committee members, dear participants, all protocol observed. I'm so pleased to join you on this occasion as we launch the Climate Smart Agriculture Multi-Stakeholder Platform Strategic Plan, Monitoring and Evaluation Framework, and also the training manuals. Actually, it's very difficult to speak after the chief guest. I was not supposed to do so, but of course I really want to associate with this important occasion. And let me say that, of course, in Kenya, Africa, and indeed the rest of the world, climate change is increasingly impacting livelihoods, and the chief guest has really said it. And of course, recently the phenomenon had even led to more frequent weather events like droughts that we are really experiencing, which last even longer than it used to be. We see irregular and unpredictable rainfall patterns, flooding, and increasing even day and night temperatures. Of course, agriculture, including crops and livestock, is one of the most important sector in Kenya's economy, and it is the main source of livelihoods for the majority of the people, contributing to food security. Temperature changes we see have really reduced the crop potential. And whilst in the livestock sector, drought has contributed to livestock morbidity and also mortality. The sector is therefore highly vulnerable to climate change, threatening Kenya's food and territorial security. We really want to applaud the Kenyan government that continue really to demonstrate a great commitment, I should say, in tackling the impact of climate change. And this is really seen through supporting development and even approval of ambitious policies, such as the one that we are launching together today, and measures to really pursue the low-carbon climate resilience development pathways through which the country can achieve its commitment as set out by the national determined contributions. In collaboration with the Climate Change Unit of the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries and Cooperatives, and other departments in other line ministries and relevant stakeholders, FAO in Kenya really continue to aim at enhancing the capacity of the agriculture systems to support food security, while incorporating also the need for adaptation and the potential for mitigation into sustainable agriculture development strategies. To successfully achieve this, we put more emphasis, for instance, on data collection, which is really critical, analysis, and also application of the information. And in this regard, for instance, we are really supporting the government through the Ministry of Agriculture to scale up, for instance, the Kenya Integrated Agriculture Management Information System, which was adopted as really the national platform to farmers' really registration and also e-voucher. We successfully implemented the pilot program in 2 counties, and this has really been seen as very successful. As a delivered partner of the Green Climate Fund, we as FAO, we have been really working very closely with the key ministries, departments, and agencies, including the Ministry of Agriculture, of course, really to address and the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, I should say, and Treasury also, to address the country's vulnerability to climate change by building the national readiness according to the National Adaptation Plan 2015 and 2030. While farmers may be the most vulnerable to the impact of climate change, we know that they are really not part of the instigators. Instead, they are critical in finding really solutions and change actors, I should say, to the challenges of climate change in Kenya. Therefore, they really need strong technical and financial assistance. Under the Green Climate Fund, NAP project, 15 community groups across various counties have been supported to implement the Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Framework Program in line with the Kenya Climate Smart Agriculture Strategy and the National Adaptation Plan. And among the beneficiaries present today are representatives from the county government of Kajiado, who are really showcasing how adoption of climate smart agriculture practices can improve land productivity and household incomes from the sale of poultry and value-added milk while using green energy like solar. And this really demonstrates our efforts to low emissions pathways. And based on experience and lessons learned from those projects, such as the one I just mentioned, we are in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture and other partners. We support the need to enhance synergies, resource mobilizations, and efficiency in CSA implementation, monitoring and reporting at the national and the country level also. We therefore really want to take this opportunity again really to applaud the creation of the timely 5-year strategic plan, monitoring and evaluation framework, and the training manuals that we are launching today. From national to county levels, it is very important to have a cascade and inclusive institutional framework for coordination and harmonization of the CSA implementation, while also fostering an enabling environment for the realization of those objectives. Let me say that it is really my hope that, and it's really our hope as FAO, that this 5-year strategic plan will really influence policy reform for an inclusive and collaborative implementation of climate change mitigation and adaptation actions in the agriculture sector, but also provide strategic guidance in adoption of, I should say, appropriate climate smart agriculture practices, technologies, inputs and services, and also improve the credibility of coordination and reporting processes, which is really critical in this regard. So let me really conclude here by really thanking all the partners and really acknowledge the achievement of the National CSE Multi-Stakeholder Platform, and also commit that as FAO we really want to continue supporting for the realization of this strategic plan with the hope that it will really continue to guide actions to transform our agri-food systems towards green and the climate resilience practice that we are so in need. Thank you very much.
Now I welcome the Alliance Biodiversity State representative, Madam Suzanne. Please come and give your speech. And after that, we expect to go and have the guest of honor visiting the booths. So, okay, I will announce after she's done what next. Thank you. Go ahead.
What a pleasure to talk after two such distinguished ladies. All protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to be here today to the CSA Multi-Stakeholder Platform Strategic Planning launch. The impact of climate change today can be felt across the continent, especially adverse changing in seasons experienced by smallholder farmers across the continent. This is a fight that we cannot leave to the government to fight alone. But one calls for concerted efforts from all the industry stakeholders. The Alliance of Biodiversity International and CIAT delivers research-based solutions to address the global crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, environmental degradations, and as committed to work with the Kenyan government through the relevant ministries at national and county levels, together with like-minded organizations, to indulge our different expertise together with our stakeholders. We have worked to address a range of agricultural challenges and develop innovative solutions and policies across the country. This includes enhancing farmers' market access and competitiveness, improving nutrition and health, making soil sustainable and restoring degraded landscape, and increasing climate resilience. The Alliance, in short, in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries and the Kenya CSA multi-stakeholder platform, supported by the initiative of the Climate Action Transparency ICT project, develop tools for climate change adaptation reporting in agriculture. That is why we are here today to launch the Csa M&E framework, an online
have Cc from Kajiado. In fact, you have Karen today. Does he have very beautiful ladies around with you? Yes. We have Cc from Nakuru.
I'm told it's presented by CSA. Oh, sorry. So you misguided me. So I think thank you so much. Thank you so much. We've finished. I think now the next thing will be we lodge the document. Once you load the document, I'll request all the farmers, all the exhibitors to be out so that the guest of honor can appreciate it as he walks out. And once again, let me thank you for your understanding, and the guest of honor also, let me thank you also for giving us that opportunity. Now, we want to lodge this document. We are waiting for, who's going to work here? Are you here? Yeah. Our guest of honor does not a lot of time. In fact, the time alikuwa ametuelekea tumeisha, so let's start moving.
Hello? Hello? Okay. Sorry? Ah, they're dancing. Oh, wow. Okay, fine. Let's have the dance then. Please go again. I had not seen.
Welcome to dance.
Okay. These are the climate smart mamas from Kajiado, led by their CC. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Okay, fine. Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So it's time now, it has come to the peak of this time that we are launching, the strategic plan for the multi-stakeholder platform. The M&E framework that has been described is going to assist us to monitor and report our activities on CSA. So, Madam, I'll request you to go up to the podium, please, so that you can launch for us this. And also, that also involves the manuals, training manuals for the farmers that have been developed to assist farmers to be able to implement climate smart agriculture practices. So then, with me, two colleagues of the members who are members of the MSP that are going to assist the guests to be able to launch for us this, so that then we can be able to implement. We can be able to look for the 700 million for implementation, Madam. So thank you so much and welcome. Catherine, please go. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, so those are the training manuals. And then finally, we have the M&E tool. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great. So I think we can hold them up and then, yeah. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion. Thank you.
Our partners and all the other members that have attended here, we welcome those who are not already members of the MSP. As the CEC the representative of the CCs has said, we recognize the structures at the county level and the national level. This coordination mechanism is purely for climate smart agriculture, and it is ready to fit within the government structures and other structures that are there. So, sir, we are ready to operate within the structures that are set. It's only that this is more inclusive so that it is for all the stakeholders and is involved. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for officiating the occasion, our guest of honor. We want to, the guest of honor, to appreciate farmers who have come, especially the beautiful ladies from Kajiado and with their CEC. We want to start from there as we move. We want to visit the site, the exhibition, from there and move towards that direction. So those who are exhibiting and you are here, please go back to your stations so that the guest of honor can get you there. The next 5 minutes will be passing through there. Tafadhali turudi mahali tulikuwa. The guest of honor aone what we are doing akipita. And thank you so much for coming.
Members, there is lunch immediately after the exhibitions, and we shall be announcing where it will be. There is lunch after the exhibitions.
Hao watu
Ladies and gentlemen, at the registration area, okay, ladies and gentlemen, the meal cards will be distributed at the registration desk for your lunch, and the lunch is at the Mnyama Choma restaurant, yeah? Yes, so they will be distributed immediately we've gone through the exhibitions.
meet again. Yeah. I hope you'll find time to visit us.